le volume.
The infamous rover in her deathbed. Swear to me. Reluctantly, he swore that the Emperor had changed. He'd built universities. Then people started whispering about him, screaming. The Imperial Ravens would round up entire villages, and no one ever returned. But the librarians had hidden the books, so they'd burnt the librarians. The citizens, outraged, had driven them off. The Ravens had come back with dropships. The kid had fled with one of those books. He was brave and dumb and wanted to join the rebellion. And Renato had promised his mother he'd protect him.
Allez, admettons. Oups. Putain, c'est quoi ces temps de chargement?
The kid was looking down, watching his city burn. Sorry, kid, Renato told the kid. Look, if we give them the book, they'll leave you alone. My mother died for this book! I promised her I'd protect you. Oh, damn it. The kid had run off. With the book, of course. So Renato had to run after him.
Oh là là. Alors, ça c'est tapé. Ça c'est rien. Ok, on a juste tapé. On peut même pas sauter. Ok.
The two ravens were staring at the kid like he was their dinner, which probably was what was in their tiny brains. Hey, Renato said. They cocked their heads at him. Pick on someone as ugly as you. Wait, that didn't come out right. For the Emperor! The ravens cawed and rushed at him.
Ouh. Quand un ennemi est sur le point d'attaquer, pour parer. Contrer, peu importe toute autre action. Ok. Ah ouais, d'accord. Ouais.
A dropship flew overhead. He hoped they hadn't noticed him. The kid.
Alors, maintenir pour attraper. Pour viser. Relâcher pour lancer. Ok. Et je vise quoi là? Ah, ok.
Oh, right. The Gate of Heroes. Someone's idea of a joke. Making the Skyship docks a gated community. You needed a hero's sword to open it. And the kid was on the other side of the gate. Who let you through? Promise me you'll take the book to the rebels. Or I'm gonna steal your ship. I'm not taking that damn book anywhere, and neither are you. Try and stop me, laughed the kid. I bet you don't even have a hero sword. And with that, the kid hopped away. Had to hand it to the kid. He was an idiot, but he had guts. Where was Reynardo going to get a hero sword? I could forge a hero sword here, but I'm going to need ore.
Fabrication d'épée. Ceci est le menu fabrication d'épée. Ici, vous pouvez fabriquer et mettre un niveau de puissance, épée magique, rassembler les matériaux nécessaires à partir du coffre disséminé sur le tombe boréal. Ok.
I hope nobody minds if I use this stuff.
Ouais, essence du vent. Une épée pour les durs à cuire. Ok.
A hero sword. QED. This is what he got for settling down and finding people to care about, even when he didn't know he'd made one. And then the ravens had come to burn her. And she'd made him promise to protect the kid. But she never told him where the book was. Just the kid.
Ok.
He came up to a ledge. It was too far to jump. There'd been a bridge here before, hadn't there? And there was Peter, giggling at him. How'd you get across? He asked the kid. Where'd you find a hook? I hopped, said the kid. Wise-ass kid. Hey, look out behind you! Cute, said Reynardo. Oh, ravens.
Les carreaux.
It was time to talk some sense into the kid. Just hook his way across the ledge and chase the kid down. Thing was, he hadn't used his hook since he'd retired. How had he done it? Maybe if he meditated at that altar there, he'd remember his old skills.
Utilisé pour apprendre de nouvelles aptitudes.
Starting to come back to him. Something you never completely forgot, like how to freeze time when attacking. The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember.
Ok.
There was the Farfarer. She was the fastest ship he'd ever known. She could do the Kestra run in 12 furlongs. Well, so the salesman had told him. And something told him the kid was about to walk into an ambush. Stop! He shouted. I'm not giving you the book! Shouted the kid, and took off. No! Peter! But the kid ran for it. And a goggler nailed him with its ivy.
Et voilà, voilà. Quel imbécile. Ça se casse pas? Ok.
The book was unburned. Next to it were the buckles from the kid's shoes, and a kid-sized pile of ashes. Damn it. Why hadn't he lied and told the kid he'd take the book to the rebels? The kid would be alive now. Really pissed off and betrayed, but alive. Oh, damn it. Renato picked up the book. He couldn't let the Empire have it now. He was going to have to get it out of there. He'd be a wanted man. Probably have to join the rebellion just to have a place to dock. Well, he'd hated home life anyway.
Ah. Est-ce qu'il y a des matériaux là-dedans? On va prendre le jeu. Ok.
What was the big deal about
No!
this book anyway? Maybe he should open it and find out.
Quel imbécile, je vais pas demander de monter?
All that had been years ago. How many? The war was a blur, and now 3 Raven scout ships were chasing him. Where are you running, rebel? Cawed the Raven captain over the loud hailer. Renato could see them cranking up their catapults. Just going out for milk? Renato yelled back. Where can you run? Laughed the Raven horribly. Far behind him, another city was burning. The dark cloud above its island was thousands of Imperial ships. The fleet was doing a thorough job. Take us to the rebel base! I will spare your life! It cawed. The entire jury-rigged rebel fleet was only a few islands to the east. Beyond that were only the pillars of heaven. A sea of endless blood-colored tornadoes. The rebellion was out of time. Unless Renato could bring a game-changer. Maybe he could. Renato had found exiled the lost gods. Surely a legendary weapon could win the final battle. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino had sent Renato a desperate message saying he had a brilliant scheme to save the rebellion. If Renato could only rescue him. Renato dived the Farfarer towards the abyss. As he felt the heat of the jet stream, the Raven ships peeled off, not stable enough to follow him down there. Now it was time to choose. Lapino or the Sky Ripper.
Ah ouais, d'accord, faut que je choisisse moi-même. Oh, le premier.
Apparently the Mad Rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble given time, but he was out of time. The Ravens had figured out that Lapino was a rebel spy. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse.
Toi. C'est quoi ces temps de chargement?
Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens?
Ok.
If I craft a sword now, it's going to be really sure.
Essence de feu, essence de vent. Ok. Et les gemmes, c'est quoi? Ok.
Good thing Renato didn't have vertigo.
Eh, mais je veux me battre, moi.
The ravens had taken the town. Renato had seen villages emptied like this. All the people taken away to be sacrificed in the Emperor's secret rituals. Renato hoped the people were just hiding. Renato's blood was up. He just needed to smash something.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Ok. Ah mais j'ai pas de points. Imbécile. Ok, ça c'est ouvert, mais je sais pas si je dois aller par là. Ah.
Can't we just agree to disagree?
Ah, génial.
Said Renato. No? Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Where had the mad rabbit got to?
Allez, là, il y a du matériel des fois. Là, il y aura du fight, là. Même pas. Ah. S'il y a quelque chose. Du 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 du. Oh, du minerai. Essence de feu, essence d'eau. Du, 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 du.
Renata wondered what he could make with all this ore and essence. Oh, right. Probably a sword.
Ah, petit sprint.
It was starting to come back to him. Something you never completely forgot, like how to freeze time when attacking. The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember.
Wow.
That had gone rather
Bim.
well, actually.
Ah ah. Mauvaise épée. Merci. On peut toujours pas construire notre épée. Hein. Ah non, ça c'est pour... Ok.
Around the room yelling, oh yeah, that's how we do it. It was something he liked to do, but only after he'd killed all the witnesses.
Ralentis le temps, après une parade réussie jusqu'à votre prochaine action, faites pause et réfléchis. On prend le combo déjà. Très bien. Les ennemis. Les ennemis. Oh, c'est le lapinou.
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lapino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The ravens are coming. Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, we see this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia. We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer and, oh, his only daughter. That would be worth it. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power.
Ah ouais, non mais... Prendre une petite minute à Zenobia. En fait, je vais toujours faire le premier.
Zenobia wasn't just the Emperor's daughter, of course. She'd been Renato's best friend in Sword Fu school. And you're still mad for her, the rabbit reminded him. They'd been close. She'd told him things no one else knew, but she'd never told him who she really was. She knows all the Emperor's plans, chuckled the Master Spy. She won't give them up easily. She'll tell the interrogators, all right, said Lapino. Taking her would change the game, all right.
Lapino, Lapino.
The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty. Materials, thought Renato. Hero wall, hero sword, ice wall, ice cube.
Un bidon. Mauvaise épée, oui, bien sûr, mauvaise épée. Ou piquet.
Anyone ever tell you have a lovely eye? No?
Voilà. Ah, aïe aïe aïe. Je me suis fait cramer.
So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lapino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lapino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renato hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renato. Oh, this is going to be fun, said Lapino, as he ran to go set up his marvelous plan.
Okay.
A crafting bench. Renato wondered what he could make with it.
Maintenez R2 pour activer les épées magiques. Les épées consomment de l'énergie quand activées. Pour changer les épées... Ok.
He wasn't that good. Yet.
Yoo-hoo!
Renato felt dubious about the whole plan. With every step, he was waiting for it all to go horribly wrong. But against all odds, Peppino's idiotic plan worked. Zenobia's ravens ran off after the geese, the net dropped, and Renato jumped out of the watermelon and put his sword to Zenobia's throat. "Renato," she said, "are those new scars? They look good on you. You never returned my velvet jacket. It was my favorite. You look stupid in velvet. Oh, what does an imperial princess know about style? Oh, get a room, you two," said Latino. But the fleet was coming on fast, so they put Zenobia on the Farfarer and took her east, over the Nexus. She'd vanished from Swordfu School, from his life, without even saying goodbye, without ever telling him she was the Emperor's adopted daughter. Ah, Lapina was right, Renato thought reluctantly. She knows things. She recognized his look. "You're taking me to the interrogators, aren't you?" she said, wide-eyed. And then she jumped, with horror. Renato saw Zenobia plummeting. Then he saw the Nexus below them. Cats always land on their feet. "Ah, she'll head for the Imperial outpost," yelled Lapino. "You have to catch her."
Allez, je vais la rattraper alors.
Cats can run faster, but foxes can run longer. If he ran, he could head her off before she reached her minions at the outpost. Well, he did love a good chase. There was an inscription, "No spitting."
Alors je vais où?
This chest was really horrible. Get it?
Il y a quoi là-haut? Je suis même pas sûr que c'est par là. Putain. Non, c'est peut-être par là en fait. Ah. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a un coffre là en bas.
Who needed bridges anyway?
Oh putain! Fais chier. Évitez les sorts du feu sorcier, ils endommagent tout le monde à proximité en explosant. Voilà. C'est quoi ça?
He was closing on her. He could smell her fear. He tried not to think about the interrogators at the secret base. What did they do to her? Maybe it didn't have to end that way. Maybe he could talk to her. But after
What?
all, there were worse things the Imperials had done to friends of his. It wasn't his fault. They looked so breakable.
Salut. C'est quoi ce lag? Pourquoi je peux pas aller chez lui? Ah, c'est bon. Ah, yeah.
Reached the outpost. The Imperials there were no match for him. Soon after, Zenobia limped up the path. When she realized he was already in front of her, she didn't even try to run. Oh, you left without saying goodbye. Again, he said, please. I'm enjoying this a little too much. She said, shaken. Oh, spare us the chit-chat, would you? Said Lapino as he shackled her hands so she couldn't throw spells. She knows all his plans. All the way back to the Farfarer, Lapino nagged Renato about how the interrogators would pry all the intel out of Zenobia. How that would turn the tides in the imminent battle. All they had to do was take her to the rebels' secret base. Renato didn't like to think about what the interrogators would do to her. Couldn't he just...
Allez, oui, je sais, on va toujours prendre le premier.
As they pulled away from the Nexus,
Parce qu'il y a tellement d'histoires.
Renato could see the fear in Zenobia's eyes. I can't take her to those creatures at the base, he whispered to Lapino. Ah, you've gone soft. Soft in the head. We captured her for what she knows. I'll take her to the mountains. Tell all the horrible things the Emperor's done. Yeah, believe me, she'll turn. And he turned the wheel. The hell you will, shouted Lapino, and he grabbed the wheel back from him. The two of them wrestled for control of the ship. It shot off like a mad sparrow. Suddenly, Renato was falling. When he came to, Zenobia was standing over him. Why didn't you take me to the base to be interrogated? She demanded. Do you know what's left of people they interrogate? This is some trick, isn't it? To make me fall for you again. Well, I won't. Oh, go on then. Scurry back to your ravens. I can't stop you. But strangely, she didn't. As Renato set off to find the Farfarer, she followed him. keeping just out of sight of the ravens. I need more materials, thought Renato.
Attends, ça commence à bien faire là. Oh, un grand coffre. 4 minerais, 2 essences d'eau.
He wished there were more pylons he could use the hook on. They really needed to construct additional pylons.
Est-ce que j'ai assez de minerais ou quoi que ce soit là? Non.
It was good to practice your moves, thought Renato.
Ah, juste touché.
Renato wondered what would happen if he jumped. Would he be rescued by an emergency platform?
Alors, ça c'est sûrement un truc d'eau. Ouais, non, mais si je passe par là, ça va pas être moi. Ça doit être... Par là, il y a quoi? Ouh. Tu refais? Oh, tu m'emmènes où, toi? Oh putain, là-bas, il y avait un coffre, quoi. Tu peux pas descendre? Allez, redescends. Sérieux? Fais chier.
As Renato stopped to sniff the wind, Zenobia came up, still mad. Did you really think you'd just talk me into betraying my father? Oh yeah, sure, that was exactly my plan. Then why aren't you even talking to me? Because I've never talked you into anything in my life. They're gonna court-martial you for letting me go.
Oui, blablabla, blablabla.
Of the Farfarer. Wet rope, tar, and a cask of Scobel ale he'd spilt last year. It was that way.
Ok. Et là, c'est pas faire demi-tour? Ah, fais chier. Il fait chier. Bon, ouais, nous, toi. Ouais, tu m'emmènes où?
Renato's paws were getting numb. Calaveras really didn't want company, did he? Bernardo wondered if he should have taken Zenobia to the rebel base for real. Maybe she wasn't playing him after all. After the bleak talk about the Emperor's dark secrets.
Ah, on va se monter à fond.
Smashing things was fun. Sure enough, the Farfarer had crashed in some rocks. There was no sign of Lapino. Zenobia caught up.
Mais arrêtez de parler, je veux
All
de
that kid
l'action.
stuff in swordfu school. Look, look, that's the past. We're adults now. We have duties to other people. We have destinies. What are you talking about? And you are the most arrogant, slow-witted, light-fingered, mercenary, immoral, reckless. Run away with me, said Renato, and he realized he meant it. What? Just like that? She demanded. I will, if you will. So she kissed him. And it was the best kiss he'd ever had.
Oh,
They held hands
c'est...
as they boarded the Farfarer. Renato felt light-hearted,
Il y a eu un
like the
bisou.
winds that were playing the rigging like a balalaika. But Lapino, I need to get back to Lapino, he said, suddenly realizing he could have been captured. A prisoner. He's not. How'd you know? He saw something in her eyes he didn't understand. He fell, didn't he? Into the abyss. She looked away. Wouldn't answer. But then a bolt smashed through the Farfarer's keel. The broken ship plummeted out of the clouds.
Ok. Arrête comme il est bougé.
Renato picked himself off the deck. They were alive. We have to get to my private...
Oh merde! Ah, on peut passer. La 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 la.
And this is why heroes are called dashing, Renato thought. See? Dashing? Get it?
Je suppose que j'ai pas... que j'ai la mauvaise épée. C'est ça?
Renato felt like he was ready
Ouais,
to
j'ai
learn
2
new
points.
things. Thank goodness he didn't have to go to school for that.
Déblocage de grade d'aptitude. Une vérité révélée, 2 vérités révélées. Ok. Ralentit le temps après une parade. Réussit jusqu'à votre prochaine action. Faites une pause et réfléchissez à votre prochain coup. Ok. Stat, bon, ça va augmenter votre santé maximale pour être plus vite. Ah ouais. Contre une attaque inflige désormais des dégâts. Ça
He
fait
missed
pas
his
mal.
old skills. He welcomed them back like it was at a reunion.
Ah super, et maintenant je vais... Non. Oh, c'est chier. Je suppose que je peux pas revenir. Ah, je peux revenir. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a par là? Encore. 28 minerais. Pas encore assez pour la prochaine heure. Wow, le lag!
If they didn't want their things broken, they really ought to make them stronger.
Maître de la colère, ok. Alors, je peux où aller là? Non, j'ai pas le choix en fait. Ah oui, du minerai. Mhm. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a par là?
Renato wondered if his future self had commissioned these poles.
Encore un succès? J'ai pas vu. Bon, je sais pas où ça va m'emmener ça.
Time, boys! Caught the lead, Raven.
Ah, ok. J'aimerais bien de la vie, moi. Non, pas de vie. Putain. Non, alors attends. Ça va mener. Ah, bonne histoire.
Renato had always wanted a flying carpet. This was more like a flying tabletop, but it would do.
C'est un problème de vie. Ah, bien joué.
They paused to catch their breath. It was strange.
5 points de vie, chérie.
What are you thinking? He asked. I'm trying very hard not to think. Me too, he said. Up ahead, he could see the thin silver of Zenobia's personal
Ta gueule. Allez, de la vie là-dedans, s'il te plaît. Que dalle.
your aerobics crate. Am I right?
Oh, de la vie. Encore. Aïe aïe aïe. Ah bah j'ai nouveau 5 points de vie. Ah, ouais. Je suis dans la merde. 5 points de vie. Là je suis dans la merde. Les ennemis équipés de boucliers bloquant vos attaques. Attrapez, lancez un autre corbeau sur lui, son bouclier sera éjecté. Ah ouais, d'accord. Ah, je suis mort. Vous êtes mort. Idiot du village. Ah, et bien, je relis avec 50 points. Vie. Je suis dans la merde. Je suis dans la merde. Ah, il m'a eu? Bouffon!
There was an engraving. Maximum capacity, 130 people.
Ah bah merde.
As they reached her ship, Renato suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He was surprised to see a crossbow bolt sticking out of it.
I was going to lead the Empire to a secret base, said Lapino. But no, you had to screw up my plan because you still got a thing for her.
Renato stared at Zenobia. The kiss, was it real? She said, with a look look of indescribable sorrow. She gestured and said an arcane word, and Lapino went flying into the abyss, screaming, "I'm telling your father!" Then she knelt down to cradle his head, and her paws felt very soft and warm. Okay, that was weird. He could have sworn he just died. Instead, he was on the Farfarer, sailing away from Ubar. And it was still burning. He'd fled burning Ubar years ago, hadn't he? And now he was back there.
Ok.
Had all those years fighting the Empire been nothing but a vision into the future?
Nouvelle
useful
vérité,
vision if it
Lapino
was
est
true.
prête, aptitude de nouveau
He'd learned something.
déverrouillé,
Lapino was a traitor.
temple du désert.
Renato had suspected there was something wrong with the mad rabbit. But now he knew there was malice behind his goofiness. He'd made bad choices. But now, when the real battle came, he wouldn't make those choices. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The book's pages began to flip backwards, towards the beginning. And he realized that his adventure was just beginning. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Or so a scholar in the mountains had told him. Surely the weapon that banished the lost gods could defeat the Emperor. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
T'es sérieux? On va rester sur le premier, hein.
Ah, Lapino.
Je l'avais pas déjà fait.
Apparently, the mad rabbit had sold a...
Oh putain, je crois que je l'avais déjà fait. Non. Dites-moi pas que c'est pas vrai. Chérie. Je crois que j'ai relancé le truc d'avant.
Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only
Ouais, c'est
sold
ça,
it.
j'ai lancé le truc d'avant en fait.
Wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens? His trusty old sword was always a little better when he sharpened it. People were frightened these days. Just 2 weeks past, Renato had sneaked through an empty town and listened to the Ravens caw about the Emperor's new taste in ritual sacrifice. of all the artisans he was creating employment for. Truly, he was a job creator.
Super. Monsieur Europe. Oh, c'est pas vrai. Je me suis bloqué dans le jeu. Continuez la partie.
Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the ravens? People were frightened these days. Just 2 weeks past, Renardo had sneaked through an empty town and listened to the ravens caw about the Emperor's new taste in ritual sacrifice. Renardo looked around the empty village. How had he ever imagined Lapino was anything but a traitor? Any honest rabbit would have fled with the villagers. Oh, sweet! A gem. All he needed now was a workbench, and he could slot it into his gauntlet. This chest had teaspoons stolen from every inn in Boreas. Oh, and something more useful.
Ok. Ça emmène où? Oh, un autre coffre.
Renardo felt a little bad stealing crafting materials from chests. He preferred to rob them from people at sword point.
Le gemme. Sélectionné. Augmente de 1% la chance d'obtenir un butin rare. Bon allez, pourquoi pas. C'est la seule que j'ai. Pas assez de minerais. Ok. Utilisons l'hôtel. Voilà, j'ai quand même pas fini ça là.
Haven't you always wanted to do that?
Ah, tranquille, hein. Ok, là j'ai fait déjà. Bah du coup je vais où là?
I'll just have a dash, thought Renato.
Ok, là j'ai tout déjà. Ah, c'est pas fait. Ok. Qu'est-ce que c'est que cet endroit?
Interrupted story time. Caught the lead, Raven. Now we'll never find out how it ended.
Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Well, unless he really was a traitor, obviously. Then they'd probably pin a medal on his chest. Surprisingly unwounded. Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lupino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized... We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows. And that's the whole war right there.
Ah, mais c'est ce que j'ai déjà fait avant, je comprends pas.
Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer, and his only daughter. That would be worth it. On the other hand,
Allez,
he could
papier.
still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power.
Bah ouais, ça j'ai déjà fait, donc ça j'avais pas fait. Ok.
To make the Sky Ripper, the Transcendent Emperor had wrapped an armature around the eye of a god. Bernardo had already let that armature slip away to save Lupino's life. But even its core, the eye torn from a god, surely they could fashion a great weapon from that.
The core of the Sky Ripper? Lupino's excited. That's an actual thing that we could just go and get. He's been busy.
He sure had. Renato told him all the things he'd been up to. Soon they got to talking about old times, about wages they'd won and lost, Scrapes had barely got out of. It was good to be back with his friend. Renardo grinned. He had a very good feeling about this.
Ok. Ça marche toi?
It's beautiful here, thought Renardo. It was nice to be back with his old war buddy. All right. Lapino was a traitor. But still, he was good company.
Ok, c'est un traître, mais sa compagnie elle est bloquée.
There were a lot of shiny,
Quoi, c'est trois misérables minéraux?
leather, buckles, and kind of smelled. You know what? Never mind. Yes, there was also
bien sûr, il y a deux chemins.
other useful stuff. Let's focus on that, shall we?
Je vais par où? Ah, par là, c'est sauter et tout ça. Bon, ouais. Ah! Je sais pas si je saute là-dedans, ou si je continue. Si, là.
Sorry, mustache, thought Renardo.
Ah, voilà. D'accord. Ah, comme par hasard, il y a deux chemins. Voilà.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Fight!
Where did that go to? Renardo felt wrong all over. He could feel an almost palpable sickness in the air. And if the land could have tumors, they would look like these monstrous crystals. The forest was quieter than it had been. There were insects, but few birds, if you didn't count the ravens. Renardo smelled sick animals and dying ones, but no healthy ones. And getting a bad feeling about this, Renardo thought. Maybe Lapino was right. Maybe we should have kidnapped Zenobia instead of coming here.
Death to traitors! Called the ravens.
Ça va?
Renato felt new powers ready to blossom within him, or something. As he held the radiant icosahedron, Renato felt queasy, like dozens of tiny worms were nibbling his insides. It wasn't healthy to be so close to the eye of a god. How could he use it? He could take it to the observatory. The scientists there could tell him how to harness its ancient power. But honestly, Renato ached to get away from it. He brought the core back with him to the Farfarer. But honestly, Renato ached to be rid of it. Tell you what, said Lupino. I'll take it to the observatory. You attack the Imperial outpost. The Imperial outpost was a vital communications node. Taking it could shatter the Empire's ability to coordinate. And it would be full of secret plans and maps and maybe even rebel prisoners. It was a good target for a hero like Renato. But what if this was a ruse so that Lupino could get the core into the hands of the Empire? Was Renato ready to take that risk? Maybe it was better if he brought the core to the scientists himself. Lupino was a touchy rabbit. Renato knew that. You're brave, I know, Renato said. But this was hard to do. Oh, well, at least let me run ahead and warn them you're coming. Renato wondered if Lupino was up to no good.
Who?
What if the rabbit warned the Empire instead? Oh, but Lupino wouldn't betray him like that. Not again. Before it'd been a fluke. Right? They finished the trip to the Nexus in silence. His old friend deserved another chance to prove true. All right, Renato said. Go.
Bah, allez, go alors.
Ah, il y a un jeu de petite.
As Renato watched Lupino vanish on the horizon,
Voilà.
nausea building in him. He felt ill. Could his knees really be aching this much? But how could he have handed the core off to Lupino? That was a recipe for disaster.
Emmenez le noyau à l'observatoire.
Once, he found a Superman issue #1 in mint condition in a jar he'd broken. He planned to keep breaking things until he had the whole series.
Allez, on dégage.
Ooh, sparkly, thought Renato.
Ok, la santé. 150, si ça passe, ça passe. Bim.
Renato felt worse. All his joints were aching now. He'd been through beatings that felt better than this.
Ah, je me suis fait toucher.
The core had a kind of poison that could harm you without even touching you. That's new. Well, it had power. The rebellion needed something with power. And how was this any worse than a sword wound? Well, a death by sword was sudden and fair. This was just squalid. A piecemeal death, like old age. Hoped his hook didn't break.
Alors, où est-ce qu'on va?
Sharp? Check. Pointy? Check. Flexible? Check. What else do you need in a sword?
À côté de Dutch.
Renato had given up in the Skyripper's armature to save his friend Lupino. But without its armature, Skyripper's core was a deadly poison.
Ah! Je peux créer une nouvelle épée? Oui. Comme divers pas encore fabriqué, collecter les matériaux pour revenir. Pendant une attaque, gèle l'ennemi, coup de l'énergie. Ok.
This sword from the frigid north was really useful for making popsicles and birdsicles.
Nickel. Bah oui. Alors... Attention de pas trop se faire toucher. Ouh, pinaise. Ok. C'est quoi, c'est une conscience certaines personnes. Les juges les jeux si on les agaçait. Méfiez-vous des corbeaux explosifs. Une fois touchés ou lancés, ils explosent après quelques secondes. Utilisez-les à votre avantage. Ok, encore des nouveaux ennemis quoi. Non, pas par là. J'ai l'impression de perdre de la vie là à chaque fois.
Renato felt a little better.
Ah mais oui, je perds de la vie. Ah, c'est peut-être à cause du noyau, machin, d'accord. Je me dépêche. Allez, trace, j'ai plus beaucoup de vie. Pas de vie, non. Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Ah, c'est là l'observatoire.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists everywhere. Renato found the mad rabbit cowering under a desk. The ravens, they must have known we were coming, said Lupino. how did you... Well, see, I was doing a card trick with my lucky deck, and I kind of bobbled the cards, so I went under the desk to gather them up, and boom! I guess we'll have to take the car straight to the secret base. Renato wasn't sure he believed that, but Peter was talking so fast. It always seemed to make sense. The secret rebel base. Yes. They had engineers there. But wait. Calaveras, the sage in the mountains. Maybe he would know what to do with the naked core. The core was killing him. He needed help. The sage, Calaveras, had given him the maps to find the armature and the core. If anyone knew the true name of the Transcendent Emperor, if anyone knew how to assemble the Sky Reaper, Calaveras did. If anyone could heal Renato and render the core safe, at least to its bearer, surely it was he.
Allô?
Allô? Ah, j'ai dit, Wolf, il a juste eu la mauvaise nouvelle qu'il faut qu'il paye sa taxe. La taxe d'habitation.
The base of the mountain was the only safe place for a landing. He would have to continue on foot, muscles aching. Calaveras was a scholar, not a doctor. Could he really save Renato from the poison radiating from the lost god's eye he was so recklessly carrying? Once you try it, you're hooked. Oh, this was not a fun way to die. Even if he survived. No one would write ballads about the fox whose knees ached forever, would they? Not unless he paid for it. He hated paying for publicity. Building these platforms was so expensive, they'd run out of budget for guardrails. It was chilling walking through the living mountains. There was always noise up ahead. Insects, birds, the croak and flutter of ravens arranging ambushes. But close by, there was only the breeze and the trickle of melting snow. As if every living thing was holding its breath for his poisonous burden to move on.
Il me faut de la
Kill
vie.
the fox! Caught the ravens. At least I do original.
Il me faut de la vie. Ah.
Couldn't they have put in an elevator? Or a giant eagle? Or something.
Ah bon là je peux pas aller. Ah pas que. Ah non c'est la salle de thé qui me manque. Super. Avec 50 points de vie. Wow.
Parce que moi j'ai vu une offre d'emploi là, je suis en train de rechercher.
Je vais crever.
Renato had been in terror of the sandcastles when he was 2.
Huh?
A lever? That was new. Most people still use doorknobs.
Même si même micro supplé encore.
Ah, et supplé, il y en a encore pas.
Renato wasn't sure he should have rescued the people. He could have had the Sky Ripper. Now all he had was the core, and it was killing him.
Non!
Ton oncle il va ouvrir une entreprise?
Oui,
Ah, monsieur Bonfield le sait.
mais je vais pas le faire avec lui, sinon c'est du déplacement. Sinon il m'aurait bien pris.
Mais Bonfield veut pas le faire avec lui parce que sinon c'est du déplacement.
Sinon il m'aurait pris. Ma grand-mère me l'a déjà dit. Je l'ai pas dit parce que ça se reverrait, le déplacement. À part si tu veux que je parte toute la semaine. Alors je le fais, mais je rentre beaucoup d'argent.
Ouais, mais une entreprise de quoi?
Je sais pas exactement.
The base of the mountain was the only safe place for a landing. He would have to continue on foot.
Ah non, ça je crois pas.
Muscles aching. Calaveras was a scholar, not a doctor. Could he really save Renato from the poison radiating from the lost god's eye he was so recklessly carrying?
Bon écoute, j'en sais rien du tout ça. Donc ça je le ferai plus tard.
He'd once met a pirate captain. He used hooks to get around his ship. Oh, what was his name again?
Salut Eric. Allez.
That's how we do it, said Renato to himself.
Bon, je vais me mettre un peu d'énergie hein, parce que là ça commence à craindre.
Oh, this was not a fun way to die, even if he survived. No one would write ballads about the fox whose knees ached forever, would they?
Qui me plaisait.
Not unless he paid for it. He hated paying for publicity. There had to be something useful in these things, didn't there? Imagine if you built a house on one of these things. Oh, it would be amazing. It would be like having a boat. It was chilling walking through the living mountains. There was always noise up ahead. Insects, birds, the croaking flutter of ravens arranging ambushes. But close by, there was only the breeze and the trickle of melting snow. As if every living thing was holding its breath for his poisonous burden to move on.
Oh, ça va, ça va, ça va, ça va. J'ai dit ça va, hein. Non, mais... Arrête de te foutre de ma gueule. Oh. Ta gueule.
Do this again sometime.
La femme, explique bien la femme.
Par contre,
But was this fruit local? That's what Renato wanted to know.
Lie, 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 lie.
On avait que ça à faire, c'est tout.
Renato wasn't sure he should have rescued Lapido. He could have had the Sky Ripper. Now all he had was the core. But it was killing him.
Oh, c'est quoi ce lag? Alors. Interagir.
Core, splendid, croaked Calaveras. Where's the armature? Right, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't need it. No, I don't. It's just a professional interest. We've got much better prismatics than the old TE ever did. So Calaveras was an arcane engineer. He fussed at the core all day. He wrapped it with silver chains, and in front of it, he placed a huge, round ruby, so that it looked like a monstrous, floating eye. So, what is it?
Yeah, I call it the Oculum. It's my very first death ray.
And it won't poison me?
Oh, no, it's completely safe now.
Anything I should watch out for?
Yeah, try to avoid pointing at any mirrors.
As he loaded the Oculum onto the Farfarer, Bernardo was a little concerned about Calaveras. People who were utterly sure of themselves, he had found, were either experts or horribly wrong. Or both. But Renato only needed to fire the Oculum once. He only needed to destroy one ship, the Emperor's ship, and the war was over. Renato plunged into the Imperial fleet. He felt the Oculum humming. He no longer felt sick. This was going to be fun. Or at least, it was going to be over.
Apparemment, il a dit que la journée, ils nous entendent pas, mais la nuit, on fait la Java. Donc, voilà.
Ce qui est totalement faux. Et eux. Méchant. Qu'est-ce que je fais
Renato
encore
resisted
ici?
the temptation to fire the Oculum until the time came. He could sense its arcane energies yearning to escape the sage's wrappings. But it wasn't eating him alive. So that was a plus. He felt good about himself. He'd saved a friend, he'd helped the rebels, he'd
Moi j'aimerais
relied on
d'abord
himself,
construire
but he'd
celle-là.
listened to others. He felt like the right
Donc je le
sort
ferai
of
plus
hero.
tard. Pourquoi
Wise,
que ouais non il le
yet
fait.
decisive. Calaveras had been so sure it would work. Maybe he could fire it just a few times. No harm in that, right? But only when he absolutely needed to. Well, no sense collecting more materials. It was time to make something pointy. Well, they really needed to redecorate anyway.
Parce qu'on peut pas n'importe où. On va essayer comme
This is quite the view, he thought. Reynardo's arm was getting tired. The core was no longer eating at him, but he still felt weak. His stamina was shot, but he had the oculum. When the raven swarmed him, it would sometimes fire its death ray. It seemed to be warming up too, firing more and more often. Maybe he should let it cool off. He decided to stop using it entirely. What were these poles exactly? Parking meters from the time of the lost gods?
Non, je sais pas. Bah, je pense que si je tape sur internet, je la trouve dans peut-être.
Odd. The oculum was still hot to the touch. He almost thought it was getting even hotter. Well, that was ridiculous, of course. Anyway, he'd only to fire it one more time, and then he could chuck the whole contraption into the abyss. And the Emperor's ship was now in range. Reynardo squinted. He could make out the line of ravens protecting the ship. Zenobia in front, conjuring. And on the deck, yes, That was his Imperial Majesty, pacing in his golden armor. Renato lined up his shot and fired. Caught in the beam, the ship burst into flames. The ravens and Zenobia exploded. The Emperor, too, exploded. Renato waited for the beam to stop, but it only got brighter, and the oculum hotter. Frantic, Renato pulled the oculum towards the abyss. The ruby burst into flames. The shiny metal casing glowed, then melted. That was good. Now the core could cool off, right? Renato ran. The blast incinerated him instantly, along with both fleets. The shockwave could be felt across all Erda. That winter, with neither Empire nor rebels to rule them, the islands slid into banditry. And so began the Second Age of Darkness. Renato stared at the book. He was still alive. Again. And still only flying away from burning Ubar. Had he lived that adventure? Or only dreamt it? Had he really died? It felt so real, not like a dream at all. And he'd lost again. Oh, he hated that. But he had made different choices. And he'd lost in a different way. It was the book, wasn't it? Oracles showed you your destiny. But this was showing him different ways he could die miserably. Thanks a bunch, book, he thought. But these were destinies that he did not have to fulfill. But he'd learn another true thing. The core was powerful, but dangerous if used improperly.
Ok.
But that meant there must be a destiny where he survived and won, right? Otherwise, what was the point? And with that, the book's pages fluttered back once more to the beginning, and the clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. And also, his old friend Lupino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lupino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens? Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The Transcendent Emperor had buried its pieces deep. And then, this Emperor's horrific sacrifices had brought it back to the surface. Renato wasn't exactly sure how to use the legendary weapon. But surely, there must be some way to do it without provoking another catastrophe. Had he, somehow, summoned the long-lost components of the legendary weapon out of the deep places of the Earth? It was more than Renato could fathom. But if he could find a legendary weapon, he would use it. As he set foot on the island, Renato couldn't help feeling a bit curious. Was Lupino still waiting to be rescued? No. He was probably drinking champagne with the ravens. Did ravens drink champagne? Did rabbits? Renato felt oddly thirsty, come to think of it. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper? Renato never made plans that required constant vigilance. He was a hero. He didn't think too much. He just went with his gut and hoped it all worked out. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends. That was against his nature. Could he stick with it?
C'est ce que je t'ai dit. C'est ce que je t'ai dit avant, c'est ça, c'est le poste du 24 au 12. Non, du 24 au 12 février, c'est ça. Ouais, c'est ça, c'est ce que je t'ai parlé avant, que j'ai vu sur Facebook.
This chest contained a vorpal sword. I'm just kidding. Vorpal swords don't exist.
Mais c'est pas grave, j'ai fait tout ce que Nathan m'a fait, sauf que j'ai pas la qualification. Donc s'il me comporte quand même, c'est ce que je dirais non mais attendez, j'ai quand même fait tout ce que Nathan sait faire. Oui, voilà, ils t'ont pris à l'essai, toi.
He was sort of yanking his own chain, wasn't he?
Ouais, ouais. Oui, oui, oui. Ouais, c'est ça que je te disais. Et en plus, il faut passer par la mairie de Bechner, vu qu'ils me connaissent, tu vois, ça appuie après. Mais là, tout à l'heure, j'imprime déjà le CV et tout, je prépare la lettre et tout. Donc je fais déjà tout.
These things
C'est
could
pour ça,
really
juste
use a
avant que tu
hand.
m'appelles, je l'ai vu, et juste tu m'as appelé, je t'ai dit, ah bah
The
justement,
people
j'ai vu,
who had
voilà,
built this castle, did they even know what monstrous weapon lay hidden within their walls?
Et après, ça me fait
The
encore
Sky
une
Ripper
connexion
could
là-bas,
destroy
donc du coup, ça
anything
me
it
fait
touched.
plus fort,
Or
tu
so
sais,
the
entre
legends say.
quand il parle
As the
de Belle, là,
transcendent emperor had fought the lost gods, thousands of thousands of times. But Renato had been through wars. The only merciful war was a short one.
J'ai travaillé dans plusieurs écoles, au bout d'un moment, voilà. Tu te fais connaître.
Ok.
Ouais, si jamais je fais le travail avant, je continue quand même à regarder. Bah, tant mieux.
only
Mais si
he had
j'ai
some
bien,
way
j'ai
to
dit,
break
ça
the
fait un
ice.
plus, on voit que
Or
j'ai quand même
convince
cherché
it
à
he was a
travailler
friend.
quelques temps, même si c'était qu'un mois ou 3 semaines, tu vois. Ils vont se dire, elle en veut, elle est pas restée au chômage à rien faire, voilà, elle a essayé.
Où est-ce qu'il m'emmène, lui?
Ouais, ouais. Ouais.
Welcome to Earth. Renato told the corpses. It was something he'd seen in a play once.
Oui, bien sûr.
Ah, c'est bon ça?
Enfin, pour l'instant, il a tout envoyé maintenant. Supplé attend une réponse ou une
Nickel.
convocation de Yoga. Oui, mais pour un autre poste. Mais c'est pas grave, il s'en fout. Oui, mais oui, il a dit s'en fout, c'est pas grave, comme ça c'est encore mieux, il est formé un peu partout, comme ça il a plus de chances qu'il le garde plus tard. Lui, il a fait ça comme ça. Mais c'est pour ça qu'il a quand même donné les CV au sport.
Renato wondered if he could learn to cook this way.
Et il connaît. Et tout.
Probably not.
Après, je me suis dit, si c'est vraiment un truc, le chef, il aurait attendu janvier, puis il n'aurait pas dit quand même de donner le CV maintenant. Donc, on se dit, c'est espoir, hein, la roue tourne. Ah oui, bah oui. Ouais, je pense que ouais. Il va appeler, ouais, non. Ouais. Bah, de toute façon, on était à Guenot, tu sais, pourquoi pas, là, on a dû ramener les sous. Bah, du coup, voilà, on a fait une pierre de coups, quoi. De toute façon, on a pas trop de... Oui, elle habite à Guenot, en fait. Non, non, elle habite à Guenot, pas lui ramener. Non, non, elle a juste dit vous êtes la fille de Monsieur Renaud, j'ai dit oui, elle m'a dit merci. Et après, je me suis dit, c'est quand même bizarre que papa il m'ait menti, quoi. Enfin, pourquoi il m'a menti? Pourquoi il m'a dit que c'était la chaîne et pourquoi il me dit que c'est une collègue, j'ai jamais vu ça. Et moi, si c'était une collègue, il aurait pu lui donner quand il a été au travail, quoi. Après, il y a plein de... Après, je me suis dit, mais c'est un cadeau pour Joël, non?
Not to use magical gems. Of course, not everyone had magical gem gauntlets like he did.
Say goodnight, Gracie, said Renato, wondering who Gracie was.
Mais il est bête parce que il veut nous inviter à manger un repas après Noël, tout ça, comme ça, il a dit quand on aura le temps. Et imagine à ce moment-là, j'en parle de ça, tu sais, et que Joël devrait pas être au courant ou quoi, bah, tu vois, c'est quand même bête, d'un côté. Mais bon. Non, écoute, papy, il est toujours sur Facebook en train d'écrire plein de commentaires sur les Facebook de ces petites filles. Une fois c'est moi, une fois c'est Amel. Donc, je me dis que ça va. Mamie, c'est papa. Ah, je sais pas. Oui, je pense. Ouais.
Ah, a puzzle. Renato loved puzzles. Except when he couldn't figure them out. On the other hand, if there was a puzzle, it was probably meant to keep people away from something good.
What?
No one could beat Renato at hot potato.
De toute façon, j'emmènerai ma prise de poste. C'est ce que j'avais appris, c'est avec tout vraiment ce que je faisais. Tu sais, la mairie me l'a laissé. Et du coup, je leur montrerai. Je peux regarder si vous voulez en détail ce que j'ai fait. En gros, il y a ça. Et sans pousser ce qui est même pas écrit. Quoi. Je vais et je citerai des choses.
Always the voice of reason, that one. Well, there had to be a way to use the Sky Ripper because not being able to use it was
les grosses pages qui
boring.
étaient toujours là, qui sont souvent, comment on appelle ça, journalières, hein, enfin voilà. Et ben, bon, normalement c'est un truc confidentiel, mais là, pour le poste, voilà, tu vois. Bon, après, elle m'a dit, hein, mais de toute façon... Ah bah, moi, alors, tout le monde me disait, j'avais la
Dreams are made. Engineers' dreams, anyway. The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill to make a thing like it. How was it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Sky Ripper had a heart. A core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, There was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all. He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him.
Bon. Putain, mais maintenant je fais lequel, moi, du coup? Oh, bah, celui-là, hein.
Renato asked himself why he changed course to confront Zenobia. He'd no idea. Sometimes he would just do things, and he could never figure out why he'd done them. Usually,
Oui, mais
he
c'était
worked
sûr, ça.
out. After all, he was a hero.
Pourquoi un griffe? Et c'est vers la maison.
Oui, mais...
Allez-y.
The truth is, though, he wanted to see her, wasn't it? It had been a dozen years since Saul through school. He'd followed every rumor about her, every scrap of news. Not that he still loved her. After all, she was his enemy. No, it was solely because know your enemy. But it would be great to see her, even if they faced off across sword points, as they'd done so many times at school. The world was a less interesting place without her. Renato wondered idly if people who had built these poles had really, really long tentacles. Hey, a workbench. He could try out his new bling.
Moi, ça m'amuse. Non, attends. Tue des ennemis durant 30% d'énergie. Les attaques ont 10% de chance contre eux. Oui, voilà.
Firewalls only let you through if they think you're hot enough.
Ok. Je veux savoir pour le cadeau.
Oui, c'est connu.
Wahoo!
Renato
Oh,
remembered when
j'aime.
he'd first stolen
Ah,
one
de
of
niveau
these.
2. Putain, maintenant je trouve le niveau 2. Ok. Peut-être la changer direct. Allez, je peux. Change petit du niveau 2. Ah, ça le met automatiquement. Ah. Parfait, tout ça, parfait.
He couldn't do worse with Zenobia than he'd done with the core, could he?
Bon, pour Noël. Des roses des sables pour moi. Merci.
Les coquins.
Non, j'ai pas les coquins, j'ai les roses des sables. On n'arrête pas de lui dire.
Hey, why don't you guys fight in groups? Oh, I know. Because there's no I in team.
J'ai fini d'acheter des cadeaux. J'ai... Eh ben, j'ai juste acheté un paquet de cadeaux et pour
Renato wasn't entirely sure how he was going to capture Zenobia. She'd be expecting him. And he didn't have Lapino to cook up a clever plan. Why was it again that he hadn't got the core? Maybe because the results tended to be disastrous. These streets were familiar. The Sword Fu School was closed now, but he had been down that street 1,000 times. He knew that pub. He knew that alley. He knew the alley behind it much too well. No wonder Zenobia had chosen to invade this island herself.
passer pour café gâteau. Si vous voulez passer pour café gâteau, ça doit faire...
T'as des gâteaux?
The mysterious sword from the east made you so fast you could catch a fly with your chopsticks. If that's what you really wanted. Boy, someone has spent a lot of money for a graduation present.
Augmente de 1% restante de dégâts physiques. Ah, je peux faire ça.
Dans le tribunal là-bas, il y en a qui dit quoi de nouveau? Demander quoi?
C'est pas un truc pour ton BAFA à l'époque?
Ah, c'est... Si, peut-être, ouais. Je crois que c'était pour le BAFA, pour demander la participation du paiement, tu sais, pour le dernier stage. Il fallait avancer les sous, c'était 380 jours.
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. Where were her guards?
Mais il en savait rien du
Finally,
tout.
he reached her
Et il avait
bedroom.
personne.
She was curled up on her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She vanished. And he suddenly noticed he couldn't move except his mouth. In fact, soon he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He told Zenobia everything. Skyripper, the rebellion plans, even where the secret rebel base was, until he was hoarse. It was some kind of truth spell. A talky truth spell. She called her father by Farspeaker Toad and filled His Majesty in. But why didn't he get the core? Croaked the Farspeaker in something like His Majesty's croak.
Oui, tais-toi, tu m'as saoulé.
That makes no sense. It's a trap, shouted the Emperor. I'll meet you at the outpost, and I'll bring my interrogators. If Renato came face to face with the Emperor, maybe he could assassinate him. But maybe it would be smarter and safer to turn Zenobia against her father.
Bon, on va choisir le face to face. Hein.
You're lying, she said. Somehow you're lying. The spell hadn't worn off yet. He had to tell the truth. The trick was in making sure she wouldn't believe it. The core is perfectly safe, he said. And he tried his hardest to sound sincere. In fact, I almost went to get it myself. Fine then. Interrogators at it.
Oui, allez, tais-toi. Bah ouais.
It was a short, safe landing. At least this part of the Nexus hadn't changed too much. Zenobia had been taking him to the Imperial outpost. She'd never expected to go there by himself. Maybe
Ça peut arriver à rien,
you never knew with her.
mais on ira quand même défoncer le... Ah, arrête donc.
That was
Tu m'as
always a
supporté.
rush.
Oui, là, 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 là. Cette pause là.
Sometimes, Renato really hated inanimate objects.
T'as enfin y aller aussi.
Take a leap of faith, said the inscription.
Ah, mais c'est touché.
Renato had learned so much. It was time to turn it into something he could use.
Ok.
Bernardo knew Zenobia, and Zenobia knew him. She'd suspected a trick. Now he'd vanished. She would probably guess that was his plan all along. Perfect. Maybe she wouldn't use the Sky Ripper. At least not without taking it to the scientists at the observatory first. Meanwhile, the Emperor would be coming to the outpost personally. This could be good. Giving the Emperor all of the rebellion's secrets hadn't been quite bad.
Oui, arrête de parler, tu m'énerves.
People had laughed at the government workbench placement program, but you could see the benefits everywhere.
Ah, peut-être intéressant. Arrête ton bébé. Ne me tape pas. Chérie, tu ne me tapes pas. Hop. Je veux bien.
Renato was face to face with the Emperor's bodyguard. They looked very tough, but the Emperor held them back.
Oh, where's my daughter?
And how would I know that? Renato grinned at him.
She lured me here so that you could kill me, didn't she?
Ah, don't be ridiculous, said Renato, trying his best to sound convincing. She loves you.
Oh, I knew it. The rabbit told me I couldn't trust her.
The Emperor hopped out the door. His phalanx of bodyguards would... Well, this job well done, thought Renato. Now the fleet will be in all sorts of disarray. But maybe he could find her in the mountains. She always used to go to the mountains to hide from the world.
Okay.
Maybe he could even turn her against her father. Or maybe he could reap the benefits of the chaos he had sown. It was time to report to the Rebel Council, and then launch the attack on a divided and very confused Imperial fleet. Renato felt very clever indeed. He told the Empire nothing but the truth, and now they suspected... He wondered if he should have just told her the truth about her father.
Quoi?
The Emperor had adopted her from a stray. Wells truly loved the Emperor. But how could Renato tell her that now? Why would she ever believe him?
Couché. Non. Non.
What else could you hook?
Mais... Ah là c'est... C'est quoi ces gens? Putain. Y'a une quoi? Ah. D'accord. Allez.
Renato, smash!
La 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 la. En fait, je peux repasser là-bas à chaque fois, quoi.
Had that door been opened before?
Bah ouais, cette porte était déjà ouverte. Allez, on passe par là alors. Oh ouais, chouette. Le 3.
C'est vrai?
Au milieu. Bah oui, forcément, c'est pas allumé. Lai, 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 lai. Lai, 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 lai. Lai, 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 lai. Lai, 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 lai. Lai, 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 lai. Bon, c'est bon, je m'en fous. Oui, ouais, c'est ça. Tu te calmes. Chaud peut-être, non? Non, mais le sandwich.
Non, tu ne mens pas. Tu ne mens pas.
What did you do if one of these platforms stalled?
From lab. C'est ça.
The funny thing was, she should have trusted him. He told her the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Oh, all right. The truth was, he'd played her like a fiddle. And how often had he ever done
Je me suis fait
that?
piquer.
She was so smart. Smarter than him, really.
Ah merde, il y avait un truc là. Oh, pas grave.
There was a cat in this one. And something useful.
Voilà. Je suis remis de là. Non, je vais pas par là, j'ai touché 3 fois. Ah, bah, je vais être obligé. Ok. Non.
Renato checked to make sure his sword was still working. Yep.
Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, yep, yep. Ok, je suis bon. J'ai jamais trouvé de main derrière la barre.
What was the point of this
Ah
game?
non, laisse-le.
Did they think no one would
Ah oui,
notice the loot?
cassé. C'est bon.
Renato had given away the location of the secret base. Fortunately, the Emperor thought it was all a trap. He even mistrusted his own daughter. Renato couldn't have done better if he'd planned it.
Ouais, j'ai un petit point. Si on me mettait là-dedans le petit point. Voilà. Et voilà, j'ai trouvé la gonzesse.
What have you done to me? Zenobia demanded. My own father thinks I'm a traitor. So, but I'm loyal. So what? You're a
Allez,
bastard,
tais-toi.
Renato, she said. Now, you love that about me. You really
Sure.
did won the court, didn't you?
Ok.
And the Iblis stone. Yep. He gloated. You get all that? She said to the far speaker toad he'd failed to spot.
I am so relieved, my daughter.
Said the far speaker. And Zenobia got into her ship and flew off. Damn
Vilaine.
it. The old far
Tu es une
speaker
vilaine.
trick. How had he missed it? This was very bad. Zenobia back in her father's good graces, and both of them ready
Mais
to
non,
use
et
the
encore les
core and the Iblis stone.
Mais non!
He got back on the Farfarer. Briefly, Renato thought of fleeing. The odds were surely against him. Never tell me the odds,
sûr, hein.
he told himself.
Trop bon, c'est ça.
Odds confused him. He preferred to trust his gut. And so he sailed on to attack the fleet. Alone, if necessary. There were not many rebels here, and they were disorganized. The Empire had obviously attacked the secret base.
Suppose.
The formerly secret base, whose location Renato had so helpfully pinpointed on a map. There was still
Ouais,
time
le
to
cas.
turn around, wasn't there? But Renato hated turning around. Heroes don't turn around, they just...
Ta gueule, arrête de parler, tu m'énerves. Ah, attends. Non. Tu es l'empereur. Nanette.
What's behind?
Nanette.
Door number 2.
Reste là. Tu arrêtes. Ok, un coffre de mer juste pour de l'énergie. Ah, une gemme. Ah, c'est bien. Wahoo! Good Dieu!
What was really fun was hooking yourself onto a moving ship.
Nom de Dieu!
The odd thing was, Bernardo's personal battle was going fairly well. The ravens immediately in front of him were no quicker or tougher than usual. Where was the power of the core?
Non. Bah oui.
Blasting him off into the abyss. And where was Zenobia? She must be up to something. But whatever it was, it wasn't his problem. Not yet, anyway. It was all going surprisingly well.
Bon. Accrochez-nous. Bam, 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 bam. Voilà.
He smells burnt fur. His.
Ah merde.
Ça. Bah oui. Mais.
The platform used a hybrid propulsion system fueled by anti-gravity and wishful thinking.
Putain, ils sont nerveux. Bordel de merde. Et y a pas de vie, c'est ça? Ouais, c'est... Oh.
Soon he'd confront the Emperor. Funny
Par contre, j'aimerais de la vie là pour l'empereur, je sais pas
the
ce
Emperor
que...
feared death. And now it was coming for him. There was some sort of lesson there, wasn't there?
Ok. Non, il m'a touché. Enfoiré.
Non.
Ah, mais je vais y aller avec 25 vies. Non, 33 de vie. Ah, sérieux? C'est
At
fini.
last, he came to Zenobia and
Ah,
the
d'accord.
Emperor. She was sealing up a kind of squat coffin, banded with lead.
So glad you're here.
Croaked the Emperor.
You will be witness to my final victory.
That's creepy, Dad, said Zenobia.
My final
Thank you.
victory.
Because of your shenanigans, we tested the core. It's really unstable. It could have blown us all up.
It could.
Said Renato. a little frustrated that she'd figured it out. Anyway, we already destroyed your secret base, so we don't need a super weapon. We're just going to bury it. Do we, torture you? Or give you a medal? Sometime later, Renato got an invitation to attend the Emperor's ritual sacrifice of his daughter. They took him out of his dungeon cell and gave him all his medals to wear. A little while after that, the lost gods returned, and the sun went black, and the Emperor ate his soul. And just like that, he was alive again, and back on the Farfarer, still fleeing burning Ubar. The book was still open before him. So, the book was a portal. It took you to the future, when your destinies would branch. He had failed and died 3 times, but he learned another true thing.
Il y a 25 fins
Zenobia still had
différentes.
feelings for him.
On a déjà fait 3 minutes.
Déjà. On va
But he was
continuer.
starting to feel like he was getting the hang of this. There was a way through to victory. He could feel it. He just had to keep running the path of destinies. With that, the book fluttered back to the beginning, and he fell into it. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. And also, his old friend Lupino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lupino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Bah ouais.
The island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters. The Iblis stone. It sounded ominous. It sounded powerful. If the Emperor was searching for it, it must be dangerous. And so, Bernardo went ostrich hunting.
Da, 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 da.
Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that
Ah oui,
drank
non mais attends,
blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were
grand
all
aussi.
these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in the buried temple, another ancient item that was only resurfacing now, drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals.
Du minerai. Obtenez la pierre d'Iblis.
Ooh, wouldn't his gauntlet look swell with that
C'est lui
jewel?
comme j'aime encore. Ouais, ok. Ah, moi j'aime bien, mais... Non, non. Ah non, attends. C'est celle-là, briseur de bouclier.
The air here tasted bitter. The steps were too tall for a person. The entire place felt restless, like it had been vexed to nightmare under the dust, waiting for its hour to come around at last.
Il m'a niqué mon combo celui-là. Enfoiré, là.
Were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. And he hadn't come too late.
Si on utilisait l'hôtel.
Nice. That could be useful.
Allez! Mais n'importe quoi!
I think this is yours, said Renato, but he couldn't hear his enemy's answer.
Je me suis fait enchaîner. Et y a rien dans ce genre. Pas vrai ça.
This chest was filled with reprints of the entire Sandman series. Reprints? What was the point of collecting those? Ooh, and there was something else.
Y a rien du tout.
He was practically sure he'd find something useful in one of these things. Barely landed a claw on him.
Ricordo io da Roma. J'ai ouvert ça pour même pas un coffre, ça passe l'hiver.
His sword food teacher used to say power gems were cheating. Fart.
Okay.
Renato was running out of ideas. Zenobia loved him to death. The Sky Ripper destroyed everything. And Lapino, a filthy traitor. Using a stone name for an evil god seemed, unwise. But what else was there?
What else?
You never knew where the road would take you, thought Renato.
chier, hein. Wouh.
Wahoo!
The ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders.
C'est terrible ça.
This was definitely better than pulling yourself up in a bucket.
Ah merde. Interagir.
It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager. Thirsty.
Qui fait un fou?
That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and Renato wasn't sure he really wanted to be Emperor. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. What's the core? Said the stone anxiously.
Oui, j'ai compris, de toute façon je vais prendre la première, il y a un point d'exclamation.
Why was he listening to a talking rock? Ah, but the rock had a put.
Ah, ici.
As he placed the impossibly black crystal in his gauntlet, Renato had a sudden vision. Charred fields covered in dead ravens below a black sun. Was it the time of the lost gods before the transcendent Emperor? Was it the future? It whispered. Take the power. He could feel the stone's hunger for souls. Its thirst for blood. All right, I get it. This was going to be interesting.
don't have anyone to talk to. Kill the rebel! Caught one, Raven. Eat the rebel! Caught another.
The ravens on Zenobia's island were no match for Reynardo. They screamed as the stones sucked out their souls. And with each death, he felt stronger. Take the power. The stone told him. Wow. The sword felt even colder. This couldn't be good for global warming. He couldn't do worse with Zenobia than he'd done with the core, could he? Maybe I should follow my nose, thought Reynardo. You blinked.
Ah merde!
Zenobia was waiting. Where was a workbench when you needed one? Oh, Never mind.
watching.
Ta mère. Mais non, mais... Mais meurs, putain. Je suis dans la merde.
Finally, Renato caught up to her. He had never seen her scared before. At school, she'd been the determined, brave one. Now her eyes were wide, frightened. He didn't like seeing her this way. "Kill her," whispered the stone. "You cannot win your rebellion without it." "Please." "No," said Zenobia. "Not that way." Oh, they had been so close once. Could he really feed her soul to his demonic gem? But if he spared her, he would not get the full power of the stone. Oh, how could he be the hero he wanted to be? With a flick of his wrist, he slashed... The Nexus was beautiful. He'd never realized how beautiful. Everything glowed. The wind was so sweet. The sun so soft. The stones so warm. The black raven feathers. Black feathers. Suddenly, his eyes are filled with them. He's falling through smoke under a dead sun. A voice calls him home. Is this a vision? Whose? Is it the time of the lost gods? Or the future? No matter. What mattered now was killing his way to the Imperial outpost and challenging the Emperor from there. That's my order, thought Renato. He's such a wit. Renato was remembering all his old tricks, and some new ones. Now, he really ought to ask for a raise. Don't look down, he thought. Up ahead was Lupino. What was he doing here?
Bière. Ouais. Non, bière. Non, juste bière, ça. S'il te plaît. Merci. C'est bon? Oh putain, ok.
He'd go to the outpost, use their far speaker, tell the Emperor what he'd done, and then he'd go to the secret rebel base, let them know he was ready to lead them to victory. You couldn't go sticking jewels in your gauntlet just anywhere. What if you dropped one and broke it? Luckily, there was a bench right here.
N'importe quoi. Alors là, c'est n'importe quoi.
Rampaging. At the last moment, he remembered not to kill the far speaker toad. After all, but there was only silence. He was scared, like little girl. Well, he would gather the rebel army and slaughter the Imperial fleet.
Oui, c'est fantastique.
Then the Emperor would have to answer his far speaker, wouldn't he? Who are you? Asked a distant voice that sounded uncomfortably like Zenobia. What have you become? The mountains. Go to the mountains, urged another that sounded a bit like Lupino.
Grâce à la terre des vices, accomplir une rébellion. Ah, je sais pas. Oh, de toute façon, faut tenter tout ce que je les fasse.
Demanded the Iblastone.
Ich glaub, mich kurz die.
Why were there Raven Scouts here in the empty mountains? Was there nowhere? Had he really killed that many ravens?
C'est quoi ces gens là?
He felt like Tarzan.
Aïe.
Then he saw her.
Ah ouais ça. Nanette.
When Renato went to the
Petite.
china shop, for some reason the owner was
Nanette.
always nervous.
Toi les côtes. Ah c'est sûr, toi les côtes. Putain mais je vais par où moi maintenant là? N'importe quoi.
Look, it's not personal, but your mother wears army boots. On her
Mais
ears.
d'où t'avais même pas des trucs? Il est comme je fais la piche-côte. Pas vrai ça. De la vie. Manette. Je vais crever. Putain. C'est pas possible ça. Ah oui. Mais il va trop vite.
Renato followed Zenobia's ghost. Had he gone mad, seeing ghosts? Was she running?
Arrête de parler, tu me saoules.
Ravens didn't smell any better dead, Renato thought.
Don't look down, he told himself. Don't look down.
C'est n'importe quoi.
Needed some way to break the ice with this wall, so to speak.
Tu m'emmènes où, toi?
Open, says me.
Alors là,
J'ai jamais vu un combat aussi badass.
Hey. Hey. I'm a firefox, thought Renato.
Tried to focus on the job he had to do. The rebellion. Wasn't there a battle coming soon? Would there be ravens to kill? Even an emperor? Such killing. Much wow. Ooh, he'd never been so excited. At the end of the mountain path, Zenobia awaited him. "Why did you kill me?" she said. "I was your prisoner, and I loved you." "I needed the power," he said. "Haven't you heard? There's a war on." "Then what's your excuse for killing me?" asked his old friend Lapino, stepping out of the shadows. "Because you're a filthy traitor," said Renato. Once, Lapino didn't reply. The demon has twisted you," said Zenobia. "Abandon the stone. You've lost too much already." Her words bit deeper than any sword ever had. So he shook his head, and once again swung his blade through her and Lapino. It had to all mean something. If he gave up the stone now, he would have sacrificed Zenobia and Lapino for nothing. So Renato set course for the Imperial fleet, where he would end it all. The Emperor, the war, the madness. Renato boarded an Imperial ship. No one could stop him slashing his way towards the Emperor. Yes, that was right. To give up now would be to lose everything for nothing. But if he could liberate the land from the Mad Emperor, then he could give up the stone in peace. And those were absolutely his own thoughts, not the stone manipulating him, right? Oh, yes, exulted the stone. Feel your power. You'll make history today. He could hear a tiny voice within him. Don't kill the Emperor. The stone will eat the soul. Is it madness? I have to kill the Emperor, he told himself. That's what it meant to be a hero. To do what had to be done, no matter how terrible the cost. Yes. And then you can have peace. Promised the stone. This chest contained blank passports from 15 countries. And something useful. The tiny voice, whatever it was silent. He couldn't see ghosts around him, but he could feel them. If he gave up now, they would be angry. They would have all died for nothing. Who could give up this kind of power? Could anyone? Oh, he was just a fox with a talent for swordplay. How did this burden come to him? The Emperor offered the sword. Is what he wanted now. There were stickers all over the platform for really hot lady foxes, with pictures and addresses and everything. Soon he'd confront the Emperor. Again. This time, he'd make an end of him. He'd screwed up last time, but he had a good feeling about this time. Emperor was cowering in front of his ship.
Kurama.
Please don't kill me, croaked Emperor Isengrim III. Here, take the crown. I don't want it anymore. You must kill him, or he will have his troops. He will send assassins. Please, have mercy. The rebellion is won. Or you could be emperor. I'll just go be a scientist, or minstrel, or sell gummy bears. I promise not to bother you. It's your moment. With all the love he'd ever had for Zenobia, for Lupino, for the kit foxes he would never have, Renato raised his sword. And Renato plunged his sword into his own chest. Wait. What? Renato screamed as his life force ebbed into the stone and surged back into him, and ebbed out and surged back in. Screamed the stone. It began to heat up. What have you done? The stone began to glow. It became white hot. It became lava. Nice knowing you, said Renato, as the lava ran like butter. And he died. Oh, damn it. He lost again. And died. But there was burning Ubar behind him. He still had all his destinies ahead of him. But he'd learned another true thing. The Iblis Stone was evil. It would try to corrupt anyone who used it. He knew enough now, he thought. All these truths tumbling around each other in his head. There must be a way to puzzle the pieces together. If he used everything he knew, he could discover a new path to destiny. The book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. Faster than before, and he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it. To take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lupino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that
Pourquoi il y a
Lupino had
une
betrayed
clé
the
sur ce
rebellion,
dessin maintenant?
and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Logiquement, je vais faire ça là, vu qu'il y a une clé. Bon, moi je reviens.
Allez.
Renato finally realized that Lapino was a traitor to the cause, and maybe Renato could use that somehow.
T'as bientôt le trophée? T'as bientôt le trophée?
Renato couldn't quite put his paw on when he'd realized Lapino was working for the Empire. He'd never exactly seen Lapino sending coded messages to the palace, but he was sure. The rabbit had been on too many disastrous missions where he was the only survivor, or where he accidentally missed getting on the boat that went down to the abyss in flames. If Renato could prevent Lapino from getting back to the fleet with all the intelligence he'd probably gathered, it might be worth the trip. How had they come to this? They'd been on so many adventures together. Lapino had talked Renato out of prison at least 4 times, and Renato had rescued Lapino from at least 2 lynch mobs.
Allez.
But he'd always felt that the rabbit resented him. Lapino was hilarious because he was so down on himself and everyone else. But behind the laughs, he wasn't a happy camper. Was this payback? Or did the Empire have his little white tail in a vice?
Woohoo!
Renato hated gogglers, but it freaked him out to cut them.
Des attaques x2.
Renato hoped his mother wasn't
Copycat.
watching.
Ah, qualité de merde, désolé. Hein? Je peux plus là. Qu'est-ce qu'il fait là? Il est déjà arrêté. Ah bah, en effet. Il y a la campagne. Les 3 points.
That come in handy in a pinch.
Bien. Oui, je sais. Oui, bah, désolé pour la qualité.
The rock felt hot in his hand. He could feel its secret power.
Kidoki. Combo. Ah, c'est bon ça, succès déverrouillé.
Everywhere from dropships. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lapino first, the rabbit would give the Empire all the intelligence he'd been stealing from the rebellion, and they'd probably give him a medal. He'd have to be very careful about how he played Lapino. At the slightest hint of danger, the mad rabbit would take off like a rabbit. With materials like this, he could probably make a really nice pair of barbecue tongs. Or even a sword. Lapino would betray him. The call was dangerous. Renato had a fleeting idea that the two ideas went together somehow. And then it was gone again. Ah, damn ideas. They never stuck around when you needed them. It was time for a little exploration. Bloody and exhausted, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing shuffling his favorite deck. Now that he knew what the rabbit was, there were a few things about him that Renato didn't find so amusing anymore.
Non mais ça parle en même
You
temps.
sent me an urgent message saying that you're in danger.
Ouais.
Oh, I am. The ravens are coming.
Ah bah oui,
Now,
mais je peux pas
I
faire
got a
autrement.
clever writer, and I'm not falling for it. But if there was one thing Renato was sure of, it was that the core of the Sky River was dangerous mostly to its user. If he could put it in the Emperor's hands, old Lysengram III might blow himself and his fleet up with it. Yes, that was it. Me? A traitor? I'm hurt, said Lapino. Why ever would you say that? We found your code book, said Reynardo. They hadn't, but he hoped Lapino would blow his cover. You got me, said Lapino. And you know what? I don't regret a thing. It's always about you, isn't it? You're the pretty hero. You get the girl, you get the medal, and what do I get? Rabbit food. I thought you liked rabbit food. Go to hell, said Lapino. And he made a gesture, and 20 ravens came out of nowhere and stabbed Reynardo to death. He had tried something bold and paid the price for it. How had they come to this? They'd been on so many adventures together. Lapino had talked Reynardo out of prison at least 4 times, and Reynardo had rescued Lapino from at least 2 lynch mobs.
Dans la chambre. Hein?
But he'd always felt that the rabbit resented him. Lapino was hilarious because he was so down on himself and everyone else. But behind the laughs, he wasn't a happy camper. Was this payback? Or did the Empire have his little white tail in a vice? Ravens were landing everywhere from dropships. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lapino first, the rabbit would give the Empire all the intelligence he'd been stealing from the rebellion, and they'd probably give him a medal. He'd have to be very careful about how he played Lapino. At the slightest hint of danger, the mad rabbit would take off like a rabbit. bloody and exhausted, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing shuffling his favorite deck.
Tu regardes?
Now that he knew what the rabbit was, there were a few things about him that Renato didn't find so amusing anymore. You sent me... Oh, I am. The ravens are coming. Now, I got a clever plan to kidnap Zenobia. Renato wanted to clap shackles on the rabbit and shout, "You're a traitor, and I'm not falling for it." But if there was one thing Renato was sure of, it was that the core of the Sky Ripper was dangerous mostly to its user. If he could put it in the Emperor's hands, old Lysengram III might blow himself and his fleet up with it. Yes, that was it. Renato felt like a real...
European Gaming demande ami. Un anglais. Bon, je l'accepte, on verra ça, sinon je le supprime.
Right. Now, all Renato had to do was fight his way through Zenobia's invading troops, sneak onto her ship and into her bedroom, and kidnap her without any of her dozens of guards alerting her. Then, he would rely on her love for him to convince her how evil her father was, so she'd run away with him instead of going back to her father, who was going to blow himself up. It did sound a little risky. But Renato had a feeling it would work out somehow. It always did. Renato checked for a false compartment. Nope. It was definitely easier to fight inanimate objects. There was a pleasant breeze coming through that door. Had it been closed before? Ice walls only let you through if they knew you were cool. 2 eyes good. 1 eye dead. Renato was halfway to Zenobia's encampment when Lapino showed up. He was disheveled and distraught. They jumped us. I barely got away. Oh, they got the core. Oh, it was all going according to plan, thought Renato. Now he just needed Zenobia on his side. Yes, that was even better. The Iblis stone. Zenobia could get it. And then the Emperor would have to pursue them. Wait. No. The gem would corrupt anyone. Even her. That's it, he thought. Even Lapino. Even though Lapino was already a traitor. It would turn him against his secret master, the Emperor. He would try to make himself Emperor. And the Emperor would have to defend himself with the core. Boom. He was a super genius. And so, Bernardo set about getting himself captured by Zenobia to turn her against her father. Once she knew the truth about her father's plans for her, he sent her to fetch the Iblis stone. Unfortunately, once she had it, the Iblis stone took hold of her. In a rage, she decided to assassinate her father and become Empress. Renato pursued her to the final battle to stop her becoming evil. Zenobia slew the Emperor. Lapino shot Zenobia. Renato killed Lapino. Bittersweet victory was at hand, but then the core exploded, destroying both the Imperial and Rebel fleets. Death, Dark Ages, the usual thing.
Merde, je
He
me suis
tried
trompé.
something bold and paid the price for it.
Je suis un boulet.
Now, all Renato had to do was fight his way through Zenobia's invading troops, sneak onto her ship and into her bedroom, and kidnap her without any of her dozens of guards alerting her. Then, he would rely on her love for him to convince her how evil her father was, so she'd run away with him instead of going back to her father, who was going to blow himself up. It did sound a little risky. But Renato had a feeling it would work out somehow. It always did. If he ever had a castle, he was going to hide his stuff better. Renato was halfway to Zenobia's encampment when Lapino showed up. He was disheveled and distraught. They jumped us. I barely got away. Oh, they got the core. Oh, it was all going according to plan, thought Renato. Now he just needed Zenobia on his side. Yes, that was even better. The Iblis stone. Zenobia could get it. And then the Emperor would have to pursue them. Wait. No. The gem would corrupt anyone. Even her. That's it, he thought. Even Lapino. Even though Lapino was already a traitor. It would turn him against his secret master, the Emperor. would try to make himself emperor. And the emperor would have to defend himself with the core. Boom. He was a super genius. This is terrible, Renato told the rabbit. If only I had gone for the Iblis stone. But now it's lost in enemy territory. He handed Lupino a map. It gives the bearer so much power. We can only hope the Emperor never finds it. What was that? Said Lupino. I think someone's following us. I didn't hear anything. Rabbit ears. You go on ahead. I'll check it out. And with that, Lupino hopped off with the map.
You shall not pass!
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. She was curled up on her bed. He'd forgotten how beautiful she was, how sleek, how soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She was made of smoke, and he noticed he had a very solid blade to his throat. Did you really think you could capture me? Heard a familiar voice. I just wanted to chat, said Renato. Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? He needs a sacrifice. Someone who truly loves him, to make a bargain with the lost gods. That's a vicious lie. He wants to bring them back. That's crazy. Why would anyone... They could make him immortal. An eater of souls. And with that, her eyes widened. She understood. Renato told her how he had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred. How he had slept in a burnt village. At midnight, the Emperor's victims had come to him in his dreams to tell him of the hideous eldritch rituals they'd been sacrificed in. He could still see those kittens and puppies. Their wide, sad eyes, their moist noses. You can't prove that. I've got a witness at the observatory.
Allez. Pom pom pitou.
He couldn't tell her. Oh, they really ought to put a railing on this thing, he thought. The rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them. think I'd know if my father started practicing black magic?
Tais-toi donc. La 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 la.
Energy spheres.
Aïe.
Easy to dodge, but boy do they sting if you didn't pay attention.
Ok.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had taken special care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia's... So, Renato explained his brilliant gambit. Sending Lapino to get the Iblis Stone, become super powerful and corrupted, provoke the Emperor into using the core against him, thus blowing up both of them, and hopefully the fleet too. "Let me visit your council," she said, shaken. "I want to help." Could he really trust her? He'd done it. He'd made Zenobia see how evil her father really was. He wished she didn't feel this urge to join in the rebellion. After all, he'd taken care of the Emperor, right? Yeah, but she'd always been... What had Zenobia gone off to do? What was more important than meeting the rebel council? Had he made a mistake, sending her to the ruins? No. He knew they could trust each other. He could trust her because she never broke her word. And she could trust him because she could see right through him. Well, she'd probably be there well before him. She at least didn't have to fight her way through rainstorms of ravens. A very clever engineer named Elon Muskrat got his start making floating platforms. Not many people knew that. The road less traveled, thought Renato. How intriguing. As he came around the bend, there was Lupino, unconscious on the side of the path, and Renato could smell a familiar, sweet, smoky scent. Who? Zenobia. It had to be. She never used a combat spell when she could use drowsy gas. That meant she had the Iblis Stone. What would it do to her? She hated her father now. She'd kill him for sure. The council wouldn't mind if she killed the Emperor, but murdering her father would destroy her. He had to get to whatever ledge she was on and talk her down from it. Hey, how do you tell if someone's far away or just really small? The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good. sell this stuff, thought Renato. I could retire. Everyone in the council chamber was dead. Zenobia stood shivering in the courtyard, drenched in blood. Why? He managed. They started arguing with me. I lost my temper and I wanted their blood. Not me. The stone did. Why did you take it from Lupino? I had a plan. You had a stupid plan.
Vendredi.
She said.
Ça.
I'm going to go kill my father now. No, you can't.
What for?
You'll just take his place. You'll become worse than him. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too.
Papa. Oula.
Bernardo watched her board her ship and sail off. A few days later, the sun dimmed. A great void opened in the sky, black as the Iblastone itself. It stretched and ripped like a vast fatal wound. And a gaze, black and pitiless as the sun passed through the void into the land. And so the lost god Iblis once again came into his own. And time stopped. He tried to be bold and paid the price for it.
Ça c'est quand on lit pas, choisis le mauvais, voilà, comme d'hab, comme d'hab. Code solver, code solver. Vous êtes mort, toujours je suis mort.
What had Zenobia gone off to do?
Oh,
What was more important than meeting the rebel council? Had he made a mistake, sending her to the ruins? No. He knew they could trust each other. He could trust her because she never broke her word. And she could trust him because she could see right through him. Well, she'd probably be there well before him. She at least didn't have to fight her way through rainstorms of ravens. Renato knew the raw power he had gained could be molded into greatness.
Combo, on s'en bat les steaks.
It was a bit windy up here.
Hein? Nanette. Fata des chats de mer. Oh.
As he came around the bend,
Allez, oui, je sais.
unconscious on the side of the path, and Renato could smell
Je
a
sais,
familiar,
je sais.
sweet, smoky stench.
Satané lapin, on s'en bat,
Zenobia. It had to be. She never used a combat spell when she could use drowsy gas. That meant she had the Iblis stone. What would it do to her? She hated her father now. She'd kill him for sure. The council wouldn't mind if she killed the emperor, but murdering her father would destroy her.
Voilà,
He had to get to
fais
whatever
comment
ledge she was
c'est mon
on
con.
and talk her down from it.
Punaise. C'est la cinquième, ça, tu sais?
Sleep tight, thought Renato.
Un truc comme ça. Donc je comprends pas encore très bien le système de la fin. Je fais n'importe quoi.
Je suis mort.
Vous êtes mort. Oh. C'est gentil ça.
See? With enough leverage, you could go anywhere.
Ah, et là en bas c'est la merde.
So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good.
Oui, allez, on s'en bat le steak.
He hadn't noticed that path before. Everyone in the council chamber was dead. Zenobia stood shivering in the courtyard, drenched in blood. Why? He managed. They started arguing with me. I lost my temper and I wanted their blood. Not me. The stone did. Why did you take it from Lupino? I had a plan. You had a stupid plan, she said. I'm going to go kill my father now. No, you can't. You'll just take his place. You'll become worse than him. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too. You won't kill me, he said. And I won't let you kill the Emperor. Enraged, she raised the sword. You hate him too? He could sense the Imla stone, yearning for his death. But she didn't strike. If you kill him, it'll destroy you. I know you. Shut up! She shouted, her sword trembling. I won't lose you again. Not for anything. Get away from me, he said, and he was very close. I can't lose you again. And he was in reach of her sword now. I hate him! I hate you too! I love you, he said for the very first time. And then she was weeping. He was holding her. The sword had dropped from her hand. He glanced at the Ibla stone. It was no longer the black of the void. It looked like coal. No. It glowed, like a cinder. It was crackling, burning, crumbling into ashes. You've always loved me, haven't you? She said. She was weak. The stone had taken so much from her. Always, he said. She
Salut, le jeu gratuit.
Let me take you away.
Story s'appelle.
The island of Avalon. The sisters will heal you. He will follow us. Then we need the Farfarer, the fastest ship in the Empire.
Je regarde dans le PlayStation Plus les offres. Dis-moi. Pom 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 pom.
The Empire had seized his ship. They'd have to take it back.
C'est Story le jeu.
Dum dum dum. On va passer par là. Ah!
The portal was heavily guarded. It must go someplace they really didn't want it to go.
Ah, yes.
Zenobia was in no shape to fight. But he never fought so well. He wasn't fighting for money or loot or a cause. He was fighting for her. For them. His sword danced, his feet flew, and the ravens recoiled from his ferocity. There was an inscription.
Un chou.
Praise the sun.
Regarde ce qu'il écrit. Regarde ce qu'il a écrit, lui. Regarde en bas. Il a cliqué dessus. Ah, si tu le dessus pour regarder, logiquement.
Or I could go that way, he thought. Full of old banana peels. There had to be more. There was. There it was, his beautiful...
Ah. C'est pas vrai ça.
Hey, what do ravens say when they die? Never mind. I'll wait.
Ah, ça dégage. Ouf. Putain.
But they did not go unnoticed.
Un véritable héros.
And a long lance of the
Je sais pas ce que
Imperial
je fais, mais
flagship.
bon.
Bernardo turned downwind to gain speed. The Raven ships could pursue, but they couldn't close. The far speaker croaked, "You return her and live! Go sacrifice yourself," yelled Bernardo. "Then you won't have her either." On the flagship, the Emperor was readying some arcane weapon. It couldn't be. It was the core. A devastating beam lanced out of the flagship. Bernardo zigzagged wildly to keep the Farfair out of it.
Oh.
Now the Raven scout ships
Toi, t'es
were
trop folle,
close
hein.
in the distance, and the beam was getting closer too. Then came a blinding
Je
flash.
suis mangé aussi rapidement. Ça fait que 4h45 que je...
There was a thunder flash.
T'avais pas fermé le frigo?
But
C'est bien ça.
when see
Non.
they were alive and unhurt.
Il était très mal fermé.
They were alone in the sky.
veux de la
Zenobia
raide?
embraced him.
Ah non, c'est
They
raide.
had done it.
Ah, d'accord.
Through luck and through love, they had won the
Really?
war. Avalon, here we come, he said as he held her arms wide in the prow of the boat and let her feel its speed. Maybe the real Avalon is wherever we're together, she said. And so, after a bit of an argument, Bernardo and Zenobia went to one of the two Avalons. The one shrouded in mists, or the one in their hearts. But which one they went to, I'll never tell. He'd done it. He'd forged his own destiny. Well, he hadn't actually done it. But he knew what he would do. Bernardo smiled at the book. He practically wanted to kiss it. The kid's sacrifice hadn't been in vain. He'd saved the book and saved the world. Bernardo owed him and his mother so much. Bernardo lowered the mainsail and let the Farfarer shoot forward in the breeze. Second star to the right, and straight on till morning. This time, he would win.
Ok. Bon ben voilà. Fini en 4h45. Pas mal. Tout.